Welcome in, everybody. How are you doing? Happy Sunday. We're Sunday. Wow. Welcome in, everybody. How is it going? How is your weekend going? Welcome in, Hebe, entering the cheer zone right away to grab some brie. 88% only. Oh, I should activate the sound of the game. That would help. Also, I should click on that. Okay, here we go. I should have clicked all the things. 8% brie, that's not a lot. But that's still 444% brie. That's a lot of brie overall. Hello, Zeta. Coming in right away to grab the esteemed title of first for today. Hello, how are you doing? And then entering the cheese zone to grab some cervelle de canut. Nice. While I'm getting some fourme d'Ambert today, getting to 80%, nice. And hello, lurk over there. Entering the cheese zone as well to grab some camembert, 34%. Nice. Happy Sunday. How am I? I'm doing good. A bit tired because, well, somebody couldn't stop streaming yesterday at a reasonable time. But overall good. So we're switching things today a little bit. Not doing Timberborn, we're doing Alchemy Factory. Definitely a less addictive game, huh? Even though IRL you're more 34% string cheese. Well, you know, that's what the cheese zone is for. To get more cheese. More varied cheese too. Right, let's open the cheese shop. Let's see where we were. So yeah, since last time, exciting new things have been introduced in the game. Notably, beams whose length you can adjust, from what I've heard. So let's have a look. Would it be in research or would it be researched already? Ooh, drawbridge conveyors. So conveyors you can hang on the ceiling. That's gonna be interesting. Well, let's just research it. Oh, and here we are. Retractable beams. So beams that you can adjust in length with a maximum of 10 tiles. That's gonna be huge for us. And beams with belts inside, essentially. I think you can build probably on top. So that's gonna be huge too. That's all exciting stuff. Let's see if there are more like decoratives or stuff like that. I don't see much. Ooh, Brink coming in right away as we start the stream. Welcome Pips coming through. How are you doing, Brink? Slay you too. Hello, how was Overwatch today? How did it go? You're coming in right at the start. I was saying there was an update to the game between last time we played and today. And they introduced exciting new things. Drawbridge conveyors that you can hang from the ceiling. Or is it adjustable height also? Yeah, adjustable in hanging height, so that's exciting too. And beams whose length you can adjust. Do I need to reopen that? Yeah. Beams and passageways you can adjust the length of. So essentially beams with belts inside, right? They're a bit pricey, of course, but I mean, that's normal. And yeah, you can build them. What's going on here? Why? Oh. Wait. Oh, that's because I was doing research. Yeah, no, that makes sense actually. Let's see. We can probably throw the sound away. So yeah, we have these kind of things, and then you can build stuff on top. So that's basically a beam with a bridge, with not a bridge, with a belt inside. So that's very exciting. And beams that you can beam in. Beams that you can beam inside. Yes. Let's not speak French. And that's exciting too. So yeah, exciting new stuff that mean that some of the designs we did even last time are obsolete already. Let's see, I missed some chat, sorry. I see some hugging and the Spuddy. How are you doing, Spud? Welcome in. And the Flandy. Not here, Hibbs. Most people think I'm innocent. Nobody thinks you're innocent, Flandy. And Dora entering the chase zone to grab 44% Summer Solar today for a grand total of 60%. Nice. How are you doing, Dora? You will rush to rest you back in bed, but we hope we have a wonderful ready time. Yeah, do take care of yourself, Brink. Thank you for bringing your community with me today. I will take care of the peeps. But yeah, do rest your back, and I hope, I suppose it means your back is hurting, so I hope it gets better. Oui, oui. Hello, Vava, how are you doing? The 3x3 metal stones are adjustable now. Oh, that's exciting. I need to look at that too. That's a good point. I forgot. You're good. How am I? I'm doing good. I'm a bit tired because somebody couldn't stop playing with their beavers yesterday evening. But well, we're recovering slowly but surely. Oh, the potion production, we just started. You're coming in right at the start. We just started, so we haven't done nothing yet. We're just discovering the new features of the last update. And hey, Guppy is stretching me and entering the cheese zone too. 31% cheddar. Oh, nice. And a poster check. Whose back are we grilling? Yours. Come on, show your backside so we can grill it. You too struggle to stop playing with beavers. I mean, that's a common problem, right? Lots of people like to play with their beavers. Which is totally understandable, to be fair. Who wouldn't? Oh, yes, Vava was saying about the 3x3 metal stones, so... How does that work? Variations? Oh, 1 and 2 variations. That's exciting too. That's definitely exciting too. One thing I want to check... So yeah, that's what we designed last time. We might be able to redesign the top part to get it more compact and get it below 4 floors, I think. So that might be something we do today. I kinda want to do that. Although that means emptying... I'm an idiot. That means emptying all the stones again, and we already have like so many chests. Oh, actually most of them are wood, so... But yeah. Yeah, because of the beams that were of fixed length, we had to have like every floor be basically like 1 thicker over here. And yes, so one thing I want to check is the stone crusher. Can I put stones on top of it now? Well, definitely not too high stones. It seems that's a no. Not yet. It's weird that it's like one of the only machines you cannot put under a stand. The trick is not to start and build rockets instead. Yeah, but I mean, then it means you're not playing with your beavers. Well, usually when the red water drowns the colony when you stop. Yeah, bad tide is a bad time for that. Look at all the money we made today. Okay, so I think we can probably just delete the stone buying and then we'll let it run through its stone. And which one is buying the stone over here? This one. Up. And we do the same over here. Yeah. So let's do that, and then in the meantime we can redesign this. To be fair, it's gonna be pretty easy. But I should probably like take a copy of this and... the question is, where do we cut off? Need to try the beavers more to increase their absorption rate. They aren't sponges, Guppy. Can we just like deselect these ones, perhaps? And maybe we deselect this, and we deselect this. Would this work? I think it might. Yeah, that should work. So that's what we currently have to purchase the stone. And, well, not to purchase the stone, but to process it rather. And what we can do, probably, is just replace these with adjustable length conveyors. So let's try to figure that out. And I fell down. As you do. Why is there a... Don't question it. Do not question the physics of the sacks. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so this can get removed. Oh, by the way, I completely forgot to present myself. If there is anybody coming new with the raid, welcome in, I'm Alastor, and I play a lot of factory building games, city building games, colony building games, and occasionally Puzzle games. I say occasionally because we haven't played too many of them lately, but normally we do. Normally, that's definitely the kind of games we play. And yeah, so today we are not playing with beavers like today, although I've been quite addicted to my beavers. But we are playing Alchemy Factory. If this is a game you do not know, maybe I should show you a little bit rather than diving straight into the factory side of things. Alchemy Factory is a game where we are running an alchemy shop, and I'm entering completely through the wrong side. You have to go to bed. Ooh, have a great night, Hebe. Yeah, we start a bit late today. I'm not at home, I'm at my parents. So having like more wonky times is more difficult, so I have to stream after dinner. Tour time, yes it is, indeed, and have a great night too, Guppy. So yeah, if you're used to my wonky times, usually I try to start earlier my streams because they do tend to go quite late. Otherwise, they already do tend to go quite late normally if I start late. So if I start early, at least I can finish earlier. So yeah, this is my shop currently. So we have customers, they come in, they grab the stuff off the shelves, and they give us a lot of money for it. They pay and the money... Oh, not bad. They pay and the money goes on the belts and gets sent to the factory. And around the shop we have all these cannons that are shooting stuff on the shelves and things like that, and so we need to convert money into products. And we have a new bit of the shop that we just started that is going to be over there, as you can see. Currently we are selling the new artifact we're making, the Saturns, over here. And I think that's it. And yeah, we're going to be selling salty here, but we need to produce the salt. So yes, this is my factory. Over here we are... Well, we are putting money first of all on belts that go all around the factory on the side of the walls. And there is also fuel and fertilizer on these belts. The fertilizer is being produced in these machines. These big machines. So here we get the money and we buy stones and rotten logs. And then we crush the stone, we cut the logs, and we start burning stuff, etc. And at the end of the day, we produced advanced fertilizer in these three machines. Do you get a building to start out, or did you build it all piece by piece? So you get a small building to start with. Basically, you get this space, which is your shop, which is, I think, 2 stories tall. But then you can modify it, you can, like, I can remove walls if I want, and floorboards and stuff like that. So you get a lot of leeway, but yeah, you get, like, this little plot. And then you can buy new plots of land. So currently, like, we expanded over here across this internal street that we made. This could be a building, this could be an entire building. We expanded over here, we made a tower. We expanded inside here and over there. And we could expand a lot more, like you see all these buildings that are marked for sale. I could buy this. I could unlock this. The thing is, it would remove this house. And so I kind of want to keep the cute town around me. So I'm more or less, I mean, it's not a strict rule. If I need to expand at some point, I will. But I'm trying not to expand too much and to keep things relatively cute. So yeah, that's what we have at the moment. We have the shop at the front. We have this rather big building, kind of pagoda style building. Over here we have a skyscraper. And across the street we're kind of making another skyscraper. This is all temporary, what's shooting off on the side. This is just platforms for designing stuff. But as you can see, we could go over the street and like join it up with a building that's over here and have this be an internal street if we wanted. That's all up to us. So yeah, this building looks a lot very ugly. And that's just because that's the space I'm using so I can design stuff around it. So it's basically scaffolding that you see here. Yeah, all these machines are stuff you build piece by piece. So like everything I can select here, this beam, this block, this machine, this belt, etc. All of these we place one by one and we connect them together, and at the end that makes big machines. You bet the Sweetie Wellers love the factory. Well, since it's the only building that's not for sale in this entire city, I'd say probably they love it because it's the only place they can even, like, buy anything. No, that's not entirely true. So when you start the game, that's something I should talk about if you don't know the game. When you start the game, you come to this shop and like you buy logs and you buy iron and you buy stone, and over here we have another shop that sells like seeds and stuff like that, and which sells some things we are not using. So for example, we've never used a coal ore. We could buy one. And sometimes we come over here and essentially we buy purchase portal sigils, because what you can do with these sigils is you can build purchasing portals. Purchasing portals, you send coins in there, and then you configure it and you say, hey, buy me limestone. And so basically through magic you belt coins in, you belt limestone out. So you convert your money into raw goods. And so we are buying for this machine, we're buying stone, we're buying rotten logs, and we are buying a bunch of logs over here. And so another great feature that we do have in the game is that we have blueprints, and that's essential for what I'm doing. You see these machines are the same. And so for example, I could paste that right now and have a fuel module. And if you look, you'll recognize that this fuel module is basically like this and this and this, pasted 3 times and modified a little bit, but this is based on the fuel module for basically half of the... This half of the fertilizer machine is just dedicated to burning planks that this half produces as extra. So we can consume the extra planks and producing fuel to fuel this part of the machine. And if we need more fuel, and at the moment we see that the factory does consume a lot of fuel, we have this producing fuel, and that's like 1, 2, 3, 4 pastes of what I just showed you, right? And we have 4 more over here. Nom 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 nom. Hey Mastani, how are you doing? Welcome in, entering the cheese zone to get 43% Rocamadour today. Ooh, nice. And so yeah, when we get upstairs, well, you see here the top part of the shop, kind of the messy side of things. We have a little area that's dedicated to growing plants. You see that it's kind of in disarray. The reason for that is we built this initially with less efficient fertilizer than we have today. So we removed a lot of this, we decommissioned a lot of this over time. And over here we're producing stuff like clay and bricks and glass. and gears and planks. And so all of these things are not only stuff that we sell for some of them in the shop. So when we sell them in the shop, we do send them. So you see the gears here that we are building right over there in this machine. But also we use them to build the different machines that you're seeing everywhere. So all these machines have a cost. And that's all stuff I'm producing. So we need to produce stuff so we can build more stuff, etc. So yeah, that's this floor. Over here we are making soap. We are making vitality potions, I believe. Yeah, vitality potions. And we are making malachite, I think. No, turquoise in this little machine. And so you see again this system of belts that go on the top. Sometimes they're used with cannons too. And whenever you see this sort of technical column, it's because that's where I'm transporting stuff up and down the factory. So if I open this, you can see we have elevators that are sending fertilizer over here, fuel, money around the factory, and then I'm putting it on belts through these walls and stuff like that. That's kind of the design I chose to go with, to distribute a lot of base materials throughout the factory. So that's something you will see a little bit everywhere. The sneaky closet, yeah, etc. Yeah, exactly, etc. Wow, I can talk. And so you see here, for example, that's the top of one that is below. That is delivering stuff over here. And so if we go below, you see it right over there in the corner. And yeah, well, over here we are taking the stuff that is produced by the plants down there and we are converting it into like ropes and healing potions, these kind of things. Over here we are making transformation potions with this big machine, and you can see again, very modular design. That's what I'm going for. I'm going for two main things. I'm trying to have compact designs and modular designs. So you see fuel module, full fuel module, or like half of one. And then over here you see something very similar to something we were having also downstairs in the oh, I ate the word, advanced fertilizer build. And you see again this mess with beams is something we can now completely replace with some other techniques. So a lot of this we could improve. We could completely redesign this entire machine to make it better, more compact, a lot more compact in fact. Because if we take a peek behind here, most of these fuel modules have been gutted entirely. Upstairs is where we started building our first alchemical artifact. The artifacts are called after planets, so if you hear me talking about, oh, I'm making a Mars design or I'm making a Saturn design, this is a Jupiter design. This is a machine that makes these triangle-shaped artifacts. This one is green and is called Jupiter. And these ones require a lot of products. 2 planks per second, 3 small gears per second, 1 pulley per second. That's a lot of things that are going inside this machine. And so that means to do that you need fairly optimized builds, especially if you want to do it in a compact way. And so you can see here that we are doing this 1, 2, 3, 4 6 times in this entire floor. And again, sneaky closet. And over here, sneaky bedroom. Yes, we can make bedrooms. And so here we're coming... You recognize these machines, perhaps that's where we were earlier. We are coming on top of these buildings that we were seeing from below. This is a big tower, right? Oop, I jumped down. Not as I meant. So at the end of each day, you'll see this screen pop up every now and then. That's a summary of everything we sold in the shop. And in like quests, because you can do quests also, and contracts and stuff like that. Currently it's mostly the shop that we're selling. And so you see the number of items, how much we sold it for. 1,000 copper is 1 silver. And so you see the amount of money we made today. So we made about 1,600 silver. And you see also all the materials we purchased with the purchasing portals or by hand. So that's all stuff that is being bought with our purchasing portal. So you see the water logs we sold below are summarized over here. And so you see we bought like 670 logs and all that kind of stuff. And so you see also our expenses, and so we're making quite a bit of profit at the moment. Which is nice. Yeah, so that's the machines we were building last time. We finished building last time. All of this basically skyscraper of machinery is just dedicated to make Saturn artifacts. So that's a big one. That's a very big one that we just finished. And over here you see an outline. We're going to be producing salt in here, which is part of what we have up there. So what else? Well, in this building, where am I going? Yes, so over here we are producing... where is it? I'm getting lost. We are producing malachite in this one. And again, you can see these things. We are going to be able to replace a lot of that with something else than beams. I'm not going to go and change every single design in the factory. That's going to happen over time. But yeah, everything basically could be redesigned now to get better. Also because we learned a lot over time. This entire tower over here is making diamonds, which is something we're also going to be making with the salt as a byproduct. And on top of this, we are making Mars artifacts. So we have an entire floor of fuel over here. And then we have a few machines that are basically making like steel and nails and rivets and bearings. And they're feeding this machine making Mars artifacts. Let me see, why are we... Interesting. Yeah, it seems to be working actually as fast as it can at the moment. So it's not bad. If everything was optimal, it should be... This machine should be running all the time. This should never stop progressing. It's still... We're not quite there, but we're not that far either. We're not that far. I suspect it's still a lack of fuel. And so yeah, we have more of these builds making bearings and rivets over here. And finally, we have a lot of fuel that's being made on top. Just to feed this machine with fuel. Because it is hungry. Hey, Cryon Casual. How are you doing? Oh, welcome in. Yeah, so actually, let's check. If we come look over here, yeah, this belt should be full. And you see that currently it's not. So that's a problem we're having still. That's why this is not running full speed. How am I doing? I'm doing great, thank you. I'm doing very good. And so yeah, that's the top part of our Saturn factory design. And so with the new beams, I believe we can replace a lot of that to be cheaper and better. We can remove this beam entirely. And this we can lower. We can attempt not to fall down without much success, but we can still try. And then we run our ass back upstairs so we can try again. You see why I have all this scaffolding around the building? The walls of the building are basically like right there. Around this hole. So that's the space I'm actually using to build. Right, and so with the new beams, and that's the exciting part. What do you mean overlapping with devices? No, you're not overlapping. This is gonna be great. Look at that. I love this. I don't have enough steel, but I love this. Yeah, so they introduced this maybe 2 weeks ago, something like that. And I haven't had the opportunity to open the game with this new feature yet. Oh, this is amazing. This is all I've been dreaming of. I've been ranting about that feature for maybe more than a month now. And if you're a dev of this game and you're watching, I love you for adding it. This is game-changing. This is removing so much clutter from the game. Yeah, the hanging drawbridge is amazing too. This is going to remove so much, or provide so many opportunities to build stuff nicely and differently. Look at that. Like you can chain them. I love this. And the belts inside beams, that's even, like, that's something I wasn't even dreaming of. You have a few in your factory. Yeah, I can understand it. I think, like, it's not necessarily going to fit super well with what I already did. Like, I have this system of having stuff running along the walls. And I don't think I'm going to stop doing that, because I like this system. But for example, it can totally mean that, well, maybe I'd want it a little bit lower now, but it could mean that I'm like hey, I'm going to have like something shooting off of this thing and going in the middle of the factory, or where am I doing this? Yeah, you see I have these platforms here every now and then where I'm putting cannons. I could have them higher if I wanted, and then I can do, hey, let's do that from here, for example. Or I could even come directly, because this is just a gunball height. I forgot about that. I could totally do that now. But I think this probably wouldn't exist if I had that. Because this would just be drawbridges going around the factory. It would be a lot easier to handle. Although I still do like the idea of the belts going around. But yeah, this is definitely giving opportunities to have things better organized overall. And so I'm all about it. Also, are there new variants for these? No. They don't have a... I guess... Yeah, they don't have a too-tall variant for that one. But that's fine. That's acceptable, I think. But yeah, I love this feature. The beam, chef's kiss. I think here we're going to like take this entire thing and put it back. No, why do I keep falling down? I am so clumsy in these games. This is terrible. I can't be trusted with walking around my own factory. Yeah, perfect. And then we can take this. Hey, little gremlin. How are you doing? Have we played Outer Wilds? I haven't yet. That's a game I actually want to stream one day. That's on my list of games that I want to stream. It's gonna happen. I don't know when, but it's gonna happen. Most definitely. I've been meaning to play it for so long. Yeah, Skermu has been telling me to play it for years. Literal years. It's not that I don't want to play it, it's that I get caught up in other games and... or I forget. Sometimes, there was a long time I was like, what's this game? They recommended me again? I can't remember the name. I'm bad with names. I think it's supposed to be going out. Yeah. Okay, and then we can have the beams. Last night, Cryon raided a French Skyrim stream. You tried really hard to utilize your French. How did it go? Skyrim's also a game I've never played, actually. There's so many games I've never touched. If you're newish to the channel, that's something you may not know, but the reason I actually started streaming in the first place was because I was watching a lot of streams but not playing a lot of games, and I wanted to play more. And so streaming was a way to force me to play the games, rather than just watching them. Because there were a lot of games that I love that I basically never touched because yeah, I don't know, I just didn't. Not because I didn't want to, I want to play these games, but I didn't. So yeah, initially that was my motivation for streaming. And to be fair, it's still part of my motivation to stream. He had a battle pour. What? What do you mean a battle pour? Like an actual pig he was fighting with? Okay, yeah, secret good. So we can replace all of this with that, which is so much more compact. Look at the difference. And all of this... I don't know if it's a one-to-one replacement. We might want to do it independently because I think it's not a pure one-to-one replacement. We switched around a few things. But yeah, in general, this is so much better. Such an improvement that this has allowed us to do. I love it. It's hard to overstate my satisfaction. Oh, wait. I need to deselect a few things. Uh-huh. And maybe you. And maybe you. That should be good. I am lacking gears. Portal pots, yeah. At some point I knew this song by heart. I remember a good chunk of it. To be fair. But probably not its integrality. The beta of this joke has run out. It's fine, everybody loves gamma rays. Like a follower, you think it was more of a traveling backpack piggy. Ooh. He was amused by the little bit of clip your channel has. I don't have that many clips yet. Looked handy as hell. Yeah, I could see it. The travel piggy. Can become a snack in a pinch. Still not enough. Really, it's 2 in 1. Transport and snacking. So, let's see. You play a little bit of it here and there? Oh. You gotta try and find some good mods that stay vanilla. Yeah, there's a whole thing around modding Skyrim. But it's nice that games they can have this amount of longevity nowadays with the whole modding community. I love that. Oop. Sometimes you just need to try to kill a dragon after some factory work. Yes, some nice mindless murder of dragons. It's still weird that you can't drag when you select an object with the picker. This is gonna consume a lot of steel. I can see it already. But it's worth it. It's worth the expense. I'm okay with it being expensive. It encourages you to still use the other types of beams whenever you can. It incentivizes you, I suppose, is the word. This is bringing the stones up. Yep. No! Not again! A macho man Randy Savage Dragon. Yeah, Automod got you here. I'm not as strict as some others with Automod, but yeah. I try to avoid too much swearing on the channel. I don't mind a little bit of it. That kinda messed up. Don't know what happened here. Let's try again. Uh-huh. Whee! No! Why did it hit cancel? Confirm is what I wanted to hit. You don't, I know. 877 cash no reference, no 1980s American wrestlers. I mean, I still know the name. I've never been too much into wrestling, so. But I know that it's a wrestling reference. It's also, you know, it's referenced in a number of songs and stuff like that, so. It's not the most obscure reference ever. Wrong direction. So I do get it that it's a reference, basically. I haven't seen the referenced material necessarily, but I know that it refers to these kind of things. Why did I do that? I wanted to remove them. Actually... We are going up. Need to check that first. That's a problem with redesigning a build you've been designing a few days ago at this point, almost weeks ago. As you don't necessarily remember all the details. Sometimes you're like, what was I doing again? Okay, we're getting there slowly. Very slowly though. Ooh, this is going to take a while. Before we consumed all this stone. And I don't really want to have to re-inject all the stone. The good news though is we don't have to remove the wood part of the build. Basically this is a stone quarry machine. Yeah, we're producing, I don't remember the figures, I think 12 sound per second. Something like that in this machine. Let me see. Actually, no, in the entire machine it's more than that. Yeah, we're producing 12 sound per second for each half of the machine. So this entire thing is basically producing 24 sound per second. It's quite a bit. And that's the amount of sound. Well, I suppose we'll have one module. So we'll need to be able to refine 12 sound per second. More than that, actually. Yeah, because... Hang on. So on this side, we're making glass, and we're consuming all this sound, right? So each of these kilns is consuming 1 sound per second. We have 12 kilns down there. So we're consuming 12 sound per second, and that's how we manage to produce 120 glass per minute, right? But on this side, we are only consuming 8. So we have 4 sound per second left. Because we have... each of these assemblers consumes 1 sound per second, right? And we have 1, 2, 3, 4 on each side. Making clay. Because that's the amount of clay we need. So, surprise shopping trip. So we have 4 sound per second that we need to process into diamonds. And that's what this little mess over here needs to do. Now, what we want to do over here is make salt. Making salt is what produces sound as a byproduct, right? If we look at these athanators, they produce salt and sound. And so if we copy like 1 module worth of salt, which is going to be 1 salt per second, If we have the capacity to produce 1 salt per second, that means we need to have the capacity to absorb 1 sound, well, 12 sound per second, because, yeah. So... I think you see why we need to do a little bit of design, because that means we need to overall be able to consume 16 sound per second. There are 2 problems with that. First of all, that's a lot of machines. Second of all, each belt can carry a maximum of 4 sound per second. So that's 4 belts worth of sound. Complete belt. So that's a bit of work. Each of these refiners can consume... where are you, refiner? Ah. 2 sounds every 3 seconds. So if we have like 3 of them, that's 2 sound per second. We need 16, so we need 8 times that. So 24. We need 24 refiners. Let's see how many refiners. And so that's the footprint. This is going to be standing inside of. So how many refiners do we fit in this footprint? That would be, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 refiners. So on 2 sides, obviously. Oh, dang it. That would be 20. Maybe we do 2 floors of 12. I mean, not 2, yeah, 2 floors of 12, so we go 6 long. So we can shave off, that's 8, 7, 6. Let's see. These are the elevators that bring... How many? Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, other ID. If we have to go by multiples of 8, can we maybe have them by rows of 3? Nom 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 nom. Oh my god, this jump scared me. Hey Idlin Light, how are you doing? Welcome in and turning the cheese on to get 38% more summer solar today. Nice. Summer slice the cheese. That's very good. Very creamy cheese. How many are you producing? You're producing 3 per minute. Hang on, I need to look from the other menu. It will be easier. You are producing... Well, you have 2/3 of a chance of producing 6 sound every 6 seconds. So you're producing 2/3 of 6 every 6 seconds. So you're basically producing, each machine is basically producing 2/3 of a sound per second. So it's 1-to-1, isn't it? If you consume 2 every 3 seconds, don't scam tier 2. Yeah, I can't get used to this alert. I'm sure I will eventually. When I'm hyper focused on something, it's like, my god, what's happening? Yeah, it should be 1-to-1. Oh yes, but I need to have the 4 more sounds per second, of course. Forgot about that. That's why it's a mess. That said, wait a minute. Because the first stage of refining is already done. So we're not getting raw sound, we're getting refined sound. So that's fine, we can inject that in the next stage and have a little bit more capacity then. You're already asleep, not really here. Have a great night, Idly Night. Okay, so we do... this, I think? Yes. And then... we can flip the machines. Oops. And so every 2 of these machines can feed another machine. And here we have 2 machines that can feed half a machine each. So overall we have 1 more machine for the next stage of refining of a capacity, and it's 2 every 3 seconds too, basically. Every stage of processing this is 3 seconds. So we can accept with 1 more, well, with 2 half machines, we can accept 2 more sound every 3 seconds. Does that work? Well, 2 refined sound every 3 seconds. I don't think it does. because we are producing 4 per second. So we're producing 2 per second. So every 3 seconds we are producing 6, and we're consuming already 2, so we have 4 left per second. No, every 3 seconds. And so that's 2 more machines at the next stage, I believe. Which is easily something we can do. How am I going to manage that physically? Because I'm going to need to build them and then flip them, I think. Because technically this goes on top. Technically we just built the top stage of refining. I think what we're going to do here, we're going to cut this and move it one further. Something like that. Well, I suppose we could flip these. No, we need to flip that one. Definitely, and yeah, I think we need to flip that. That one. So technically that's my next stage, right? Let's see. So, we have 16 sound per second total. That converts... It's divided by 2, so it converts to 8 sound per second. And so to consume 8 sound per second... 3 machines consume 2 per second. So we need 4 modules. So that's 12 machines total. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 each side. That's 12. Yes, that does work. Okay. So we could have 2 stages on this floor. Wouldn't we? We can rearrange these. Yeah, and so each pair here can feed one more machine. And each pair so these two can feed one machine, this and the one across can feed one machine. We're going into a symmetrical territory here. Well, we do have a lot of space in the middle. Will that be enough? No, that's only 3. It's not that much. So should I go one floor higher? Maybe. Possibly. I may be thinking of relocating to somewhere where I can have several copies of the design so I can flip things around. So let's take a copy of this entire thing. Maybe with this. Yeah. And then we are going to remove the machine themselves. And go upstairs, where we have more space. The ultimate frontier. Aha. So... no, we can take this layer. Cut it. Move it. And start playing with stones. And then we can take all that. No, I selected the belt, didn't I? Yes. Aha. Alright, so here we have elevators coming from the top. That's the first thing we have. Then we are bringing the refined sound down. Down where? Oh wait, that's not gonna work. Like this. And like that. Yeah. So this one is gonna be for these two machines. And these two machines go in there. And then these two machines go in here. So we need to feed that one. And this one is being fed by these two. And finally, that machine feeds half of this one. And this gets fed externally. So this is a belt. This is an input belt. Okay. It's a bit tricky because you need to not get confused with what you're doing. Typically, I almost got confused and hooked these ones to here. But no, it's these ones that hook in here. To clarify, let's have the stands. That's going to help us. Although, no, it's... we kind of have to. We kind of have to. But it's going to make it harder to see what's happening below. But if we don't, it's just going to become a mess where we don't remember what's doing what. Ideally, we'd have to back calculate like how many machines on the bottom layer and then backtrack all the way up. But that means a lot more math, and I just don't want to do the math today, so that's how we are doing it. Okay, and then these two machines go in here. These go in here. And these go in here. Perfect. So that's where we're at a point where we have 3 machines per side, so 6 machines total. Meaning the next layer would be 3 machines. And this is basically a bit more than 3 machines wide. So we could just have a next stage that's lengthwise, maybe? Also, 6 machines? How many items per second is that? That's like 2 items per second? So it all goes on a belt easily. The output of these 6 machines. Yeah, so we can just merge everything at the center. Is that an output? I think it should be. I can't see it, that's a problem. Yeah, it should be. Okay, yeah, now I see the blue. Ooh, I missed that bit. Da-ba-da-da-ba-da. Yep, I'm blue. Da-ba-dee-da-ba-da. That was not the tune at all. I don't know what I did, but that was not the tune. But at least I don't risk a copyright strike with that performance. Oh no. Ah! Come on. High precision, restore. Thank you. Well... how do I do this? So we're at stage 3, I believe? 4. That's stage 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wait. No, that's stage 2 already. Stage 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We need 14 stages of refinement to get the diamonds. And we have 3 in these 2 floors, and then we can switch the way we do things. The only question I have at the moment... so we could have like 4... let's see. Let's just place machines, it's going to make things easier. No, not like this. Oh my gosh. What am I doing? Right, so we have a 3 space in the middle. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 we said? Honestly, this entire thing should be flipped. 14 factorial? No, please no. Not a factorial. 14 is enough. Don't add an exclamation mark. Trying to torture me here. We need a sign. It's been 0 days since factorial. I mean, that would work. It's ugly, but it works. Though I do have a lot more space. So maybe I make use of it, shouldn't I? So we have 9 single one, a double one. And how many machines do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. So maybe... over here we have a row of machines. And then I guess on this side we can have a pair. And then the triplet can go over here. And feed it to the pair. Yeah. And that actually answers some of my questions about how the logistics were gonna work here. We just need this to go on the bottom, of course, and then to do the logistics for it, but that's gonna be fine. So 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep. No. I still managed to remove a floor accidentally. Well, at least it's only a floor. I think that's how it goes. Basically. More or less. And so here will be the diamonds. Here be diamonds. This would work. We need lapstones on top. And we could do items management down here actually. Yeah. That's even a good idea, I think. We could possibly have this more compact. Do we want it more compact? Like, we could divide the length of this by 2. By having them kind of zigzag their way along. That might be a good idea because it does give me more space to play around with logistics. So let's actually do that instead of this. Where's my refine? So this was 2 of them. I have 6 now. So that's been removed and I need 3 more. Oh. I haven't accounted for the input here. No, but that should work still. That should still work. I think. I hope. Nope. Maybe not. Oh, come on. No, you're not trying to go in here, please. That's not gonna work if they connect like that. Okay, well that means this ID doesn't work. Don't delete the entire build, please. I can at least make it slightly shorter. Yes, a little bit. Just a little bit. So we needed 9, I think, on this side. Nah, it might as well. I'm going to go back to the original idea. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. Okay, and we have all this space where we can do stuff if we want. Ideally, I'd like to shift the 9 by 1. It's possible, but it's not ideal. And we can have lapstones on this side. I suppose we can do that. It does work. It's not my preferred scenario, but it does work. And then that means we can... Well, do we want storage for diamonds, really? No, we're just going to send it to the shop. But we can have storage for sound, though. And that's good. Not sound, salt. What do I do with the salt? We'll see. Well, we need to see relatively fast, actually. We need to see pretty much now. I think we can have the salt be merged over here. We can dedicate like one height to merging salt on top of this. And then we should be good. So we can have salt be brought down here in the middle. At this level. Yeah, this time. So basically the salt can come down at the earliest right here. From wherever it comes from at the top. And this is where these merge. Third. Oh, they're not aligned. Actually, this might be over here, in fact. Let's see. No, the first tile of the third thing. Okay. First tile of the third. Wait, no. It's shifted by one this side. Okay. I can get my head around it. And here, this is like first tile of the third too, but on this side. Yeah. Oh no, it's in the middle, sorry. That's my belt. Ooh. It's gonna be funny, like, how little diamond we're making with all this infrastructure. But it's okay. Okay, so the elevator's right there. That's what we just built. Is the elevator that takes this belt instead of taking these stuff. It's right. So, here we need pretty much continuous support until here, which is this elevator. Wait, why isn't the elevator in the middle? Yeah, the elevator needs to be in the middle. Which does technically mean I could have it point this way. So I can compactify a little bit. So this is solved. We are going to want two things. We're going to want a box that can get salt back into the system. If we have salt we need to get rid of. We are going to want a box that allows us to take salt, and we're going to want an output. And we want this box to re-inject salt into the system before the salt of the system. That's what I call a priority. We're going to use, to do that, a priority merger. What this does, it has a yellow input and a blue input. It takes from the yellow input first, and if the yellow input is empty or has gaps, it completes with the blue input. So the blue input is going to be the salt coming from the system, and the yellow input is going to be the salt coming from the priority input. I usually have a more compact design for that, but it's not a flat one. And here I need something that's too high. So that's what you get. Oh, wait, no. There's a slight issue here with that. It's okay, because also the build is one longer. And I'd like the boxes to be against the sides, ideally. And so we want to fill a box and we want to get an output. Uh-huh. I don't like that 2/3 are going inside the box, so we're going to shift the box so it only takes one input. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I'd prefer this box to be in line with the stuff. I know what I can do about that. So this can be my priority input. This is my system input. I'm going to shift this by one. Over there. So then I can... Oh, come on. Have the boxes back like this. Because I mean, I like them having facing outwards, but also it looks better if they're lined up with the devices. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Hmm? Yeah, no, that works. I got confused because it wasn't lining up with the other side, but that's intentional, so... I just need to remember that I actually did that. I suppose we can make use... Yeah, why not? We can make use of the 3x3 lapstones in the middle. The new ones. Uh-huh. There's not a version like this that has a hole in the middle. Fair enough. Why is it overlapping? Ooh. It wants to be like that. Okay. I can accommodate. No? Why no? Interesting. Okay. Can I shift this at all? Or get a vertical one instead? I don't think I can. What we can do, of course, is have lapstones like this, and then have like 1x1s. I do like to keep them in a specific orientation for this build. It's a little bit patchwork. I suppose for symmetry we should like flip these. We should have these ones on the edge, and the 3x3 next to them. And then really we can build whatever we want on top. We do need support on the sides. I think it's going to have to go all the way along, whatever we do. It's not on us to decide that. Whee! So this connects, and this goes one too short. Although I might go here and then have an elevator here. Or even inside, possibly, to merge the stuff coming from the sides. Yeah. So that's my elevator. And then we want an elevator that points into this belt. Yep, this direction. From this floor. No, I did go one too high. I did. Not sure I was pointed at the right one. Let's try again. This. Ye. Okay, scaffolding time. Yay! So technically, we're going to want Yeah. We're going to want like this entire top part of the tower from these elevators here. Like on top is where the salt is currently going, right? And we're actually going to want the salt to come down as well as the sound. And so the sound's going to go in here, and the salt going to go in here. We are going to collect the salt onto these belts. And then it goes into the management stuff. So more or less we need to make a flat floor on top of that. I'm kind of thinking... it would be fun to use the new feature. Do we even need all that? Maybe even not. Because we have a one-tall version now, don't we? Whatever I do, I am going to need to add something here. Fair enough. Technically, I could probably use the 2-high versions for a lot of these. This one in particular could be the 2-high version, definitely. But yeah, look at that. And on the sides, of course. We want these. Okay. Not bad, eh? So, behind here, have we finished with the stone? No, we have not. And over here, closer, but still quite far. Some machines have started running out. So this is gonna be the bottom. Oh, actually, this should be too high. I just realized. All of these should be too high. Let's replace. Because that's a floor that I'm dedicating purely to salt collection. Right? If we go down there, we should be able to see stuff. Right, so we're going to grab here the Athanators and the furnaces. So all of this from here up top is the salt generation. Right? So from that point on, we need to cut it off off with its head and we put everything on the top. But there is one floor we might want to rework. Which is right there. It's hard to see. It's hard to see through all the scaffolding and stuff like that. But yes. Can I have boxes maybe? A bit more boxes maybe? Why didn't they place? I'm sad about this. Impressive. It gets tricky in these big builds to keep track of what you're doing. Like this Saturn beam, this Saturn build, these two big buildings took us 3 streams to design together. So it's very easy to get lost in it. Right, so this is where the salt is currently going. It's only for the salt, I think. Or is there something else? No, I think this is only for salt. So we can probably just shave off this thing because now we're bringing the sand and the salt downstairs for the salt build. Ooh, Long! Welcome in! How are you doing? What were you playing today? Slay the Spire, of course. What a great game. How are you doing? How did the stream go? Hey, Squid. Welcome in. Long raid. Yes, yes, welcome in, Raiders. How is it going? How was stream? How is your Sunday? How was your weekend? Of course, if you do need to raid and run, and to go take care of yourself, do not hesitate, it's important. But if you want to stay and have nice little factory fun, alchemy fun, that's very nice too. You finished Sector Unknown, then did a bit of Slay the Spire too. Oh, what is Sector Unknown? I haven't heard of that one. A little factory. Yeah, just a tiny factory. Poor me and the factory today. I'm doing great, thank you. Yeah, we discovered, I knew it was in the game, but I hadn't had the opportunity to try it yet. They just introduced in Alchemy Factory retractable beams, beam you can adjust the length of. And that's a game changer. That's an absolute game changer. Isometric RPG with turn-based combat and a bit of base building. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that one. How did it go? Did you like it? So yeah, in the past 3 streams, we designed these 2 big towers, monstrous builds. This is 4 floors high, it's big, and it's making just one item at the end, the Saturn artifact. It's making one Saturn artifact machine, a full machine working at all times. Is there fall damage? No, there's no fall damage, thankfully for me. Because I would be so dead if there was fall damage. I keep falling off my buildings. You had a lot of fun with it. Single dev game. Oh, nice. We love the indie games. We do, we do. And so, yeah, this build was big. And since they introduced the retractable beams, this entire top part here that's crushing stone can be transformed into something much more compact. So this is going to replace these 3 floors of stone crushing once we have finished consuming the stone. And we have the exact same thing here on top. This top part is going to get replaced by that. So that's a big change because, well, first of all, it was very frustrating to have to do shenanigans with beams here, so I could have something that goes over the stone crushers. So it simplifies that a lot, although it's going to be an expensive change. And it helps me do something more compact. So I'm waiting on this build to consume the stone, and in the meantime, well, what these builds are doing, so to make Saturns, we need 2 salt per second, 2 brick per second, and 2 glass per second. So each of these builds makes 1 salt per second, and then it turns the sound, well, into glass for this one. So this is making glass and salt, and into clay and then bricks for this one, right? There's a little bit of sound left over, so the sound that's left over we get refining. So that's what these builds do. And currently I have a junky temporary setup that takes the refined sound out and transforms it slowly into diamonds. Here you see a footprint of another tower. What we're going to do here is make just salt, because salt is something you can sell in the game. So I'm going to do a build that does 1 sound per second. So doing 1 sound per second is taking everything from here to the top, and putting it down here and then processing the sound that it's producing. So if we're producing 1 salt per second, we're going to be producing 1 salt per second, we're going to be producing 12 sound per second. That's quite a lot of sound. And so to manage that, we need a lot of refiners, so we can turn them all into diamonds. And while we're at it, we can turn the refined sound from these builds into diamonds as well. That's the plan here. So that's what we were designing. What's in here? Oh, limestone. For a change. You know, the thing we've been trying to get rid of. Alright, consume that. So we are currently working on designing the I can talk today. The salt part of this factory. So these are the refiners that are going to be taking in the sound. And then I have belts somewhere in here. Yep, these 2 belts are going to be taking the refined sound that we are bringing from the other builds. And all of this processes everything, and at the end produces some diamonds. And also it takes the salt over here, it merges it together, and then over here we have a box of salt, an output, and somewhere where we can put the excess salt. So yeah, we have this, and now we need to make sure basically that we get everything on top properly on this. So it's a bunch of layers of stuff. It's a bit of a messy build. So let's see. We were looking, so this is the Athanators here that produce salt and sound. This is the sound going down, and this is the salt. So if we want to copy that, so basically we have sound output, salt output, sound output, salt output, etc. Okay, we can do that. How high do they go? Well, we have 3 and then 1 higher. It looks great. Yeah, it looks great, but it's very hard to process what's going on in the build like this. Especially near the end. There are so many layers. It gets difficult. So we're trying to not lose our way through the build, basically. It's the challenge here. Okay, so that's the belt that's going to be collecting salt, and that's where we're going to put the sound in these machines, these refiners. Let's see. So over there, we are going to want these to leave the space. I'm wondering, so they introduced... Yeah, no, that's not going to work. But that might. They introduced new variants of the sound. And that's pretty nice. Oh. I had it for a second. And I messed it up. I can have one over here. Okay. And then I just need to not fall down. Did I mention I'm clumsy in this game? Have I messed with any of the new gas stuff on the Stationeers beta branch? I need to get back to Stationeers. I've been saying that I haven't touched Stationeers since the new terrain dropped out. So it's been a while. Oh, dang it! Yeah, I haven't taken the time to mess with it since they changed the terrain generation. It's definitely something I need to do at some point. one thing they haven't fixed. So when you place several lab stands, the last one, I have no idea why, but the last one tends to be rotated compared to the others, which is a mess. Why? No idea. I don't think they even know, probably. Okay, so that's gonna be my furnaces. When they're done with this update, there will be a total of 13 gases. Ooh, what are they adding? Are they adding hydrogen? Are they adding adiabatic machines? That would be nice. That's something I really want. There's two things that frustrate me slightly with stationeers. The first one is that the reactions are not all stoichiometric, which means... So for example, you know, when you electrolyze water in stationeers, you get a mixture of oxygen and volatile gas, right? And when you combust the oxygen and the volatile gas, you don't get water back. You get CO2 and pollutants and stuff like that. That means that your base cannot run autonomously. There's no way to run the base autonomously in like a closed loop. You always need some amount of input. That's something I'm kind of trying to do in games like Stationeers. I would like to try to do in games like Stationeers, to be like, hey, here's my base. It's capable of functioning by itself indefinitely. And then all my efforts are geared towards expansion and making new systems and building stuff. That's not a possibility. The other wish I have with Stationeers is for adiabatic pumps. So adiabatic compression is when you compress a gas, it heats up. When you expand it, it cools down. You know, like if you take a bottle of gases under pressure, you open it, it gets real cold. That's exactly what I want. Because what this means, what this would mean would be the ability to make thermodynamic cycle where you are compressing a gas to heat it up, do something with the heat, cooling it down, or like evacuate the heat, cooling it down, and then it gets cold further than it was initially, and then you cool something progressively. So basically a fridge, right? That's exactly what a fridge does. That's also exactly what a cryocooler does. So you could do cryogenic machines that generate cryogenic gases. Currently, the only way to get around... So the machines, currently, if you have a pump in Stationeers, you compress the gas, and the gas that is compressed will be at the same temperature that the gas that you took in. Or you expand the gas, it will be at the same temperature on the output as it was when you put it in the machine that does the expansion. So what that means is that your pumps are basically cooling the gases, or heating, or your expansion machines are heating the gases that they are expanding. They are expanding energy to change the temperature. If you take it from a physical standpoint. And I mean, it works. In some ways, it makes things easier to learn for newcomers, right? But by doing that, the only way to take a gas, use pumps and expansions, and cool something down or heat something up is to use phase transitions. Because when you go across phase transitions, then you exchange heat and you change the heat of your gas or your liquid. But it makes things way more complex than they need to be if you want to do thermodynamics, and it makes some things not possible at all even. So yeah, I really hope they change that so you actually have the ability. I wouldn't mind having a pump that has the ability to do an isothermal compression or something like that, because it's easier for beginners. And what you could do be have a second pump that's cheaper in energy that just does adiabatic compression. But maybe the pump is like higher tech or something. Although it makes not much sense to have the one that does the most physically simple one be higher tech. Maybe it requires a higher tech alloy and so you access it, the ability to do that later in the game, but it is more capable or as the pump, the basic pump that is isothermal. So that's totally a change they could make, and I wish they make. So you're going to have oxygen, pollutants, CO2, nitrogen, dinitrogen, monoxide, methane, water, so vapor. What is SIL? Silicon vapor? Or is it silicon iodine? Oh, silicon. Silicon vapor. Interesting. How hot do you need to go to have gaseous silicon? Ozone, hydrogen. Ooh. Hydrogen chloride and N2H4. And helium. Will be all the gases after the update. Interesting, so maybe they're doing some changes with the stoichiometry? I guess, if they introduce CH4? Sleep time! Have a great night, Mastani. Reminder, it's almost midnight. Yeah. You think they're changing the stoichiometry? That would be nice. Because currently it's really weird. Also nuclear reactors. Oh. I hope they explode. I hope they make nuclear reactors that can explode. Okay, so let's check something down here. I have forgotten which output is which. So we have 2 arrows normally at the output. We see a bit of yellow. I don't know if you see right here in the gap. You see a bit of yellow. So that's the yellow arrow, which is going upwards, which is the salt. So the yellow output of the Athandator is for salt. And the other arrow is blue and is going to be sound. Which makes sense because I think the blue output is the failed output generally. So if we want... let's see. I'm kind of thinking we shift this furnace, because if you look over there, yeah, over there. So we have the Athanators down there. You see this one here, and so we have a layer of transportation stuff on the side. So if the Athanator is against the edge of the build, it means we have to add a layer of thickness. And I don't want to add a layer of thickness here on the side. So I'd like to shift all of this, so the Athanators, because the Athanator is going to be on the side of the furnace here. So yeah, I think I can shift all of this by one. And it will be better for me. So I don't have to get further, basically. Can I stand on the boxes so I see what I'm doing? Right, so that's a layer extra on the outside. And so this needs to be sound. So this needs to be a blue output. Athanator. Yes, perfect. And then we just... drag this all the way to the end. Thank you. And same over here, we need to flip it so the blue arrow is on the edge. Okay. So, blue arrow goes inside... No, blue arrow is sound, we said. Yeah. Blue arrow goes in the refiner. It's so easy to get confused with this. And the nice thing here is the refiners and the Athanators ratio are 1:1. One refiners handle the output of an Athanator fully. So we can do this. And that's all the sound dealt with. No, we need to do the salt. Okay, I have the weirdest song that pop into my songs that pop into my head sometime. This time it was Sea, Sex and Salt. Why? No, it's not salt in the song, Alastor. It's not supposed to be salt. That would be a much weirder combination than the song. Ooh. I am out of ropes. I was about to do a leap of faith across, but turns out we need to go down there, so that would be really wasting our time to go down so we can get back up. The sea song is the same, yeah. I mean, sea and salt are definitely associated. Sex and salt? That's weird. That's a kink I don't know of. You need familiars that can deliver building materials to you. Yeah, it would be nice to have a way to not have to go. But on the other hand, if I didn't have to go collect materials every now and then, we would never see these parts of the factory. Actually, I really need to finish the roof on that. That's bugging me. Let's finish the roof. Wait, do I have enough? Do I need planks? Yeah, I definitely need planks for that. Let's finish the roof after we collect the planks. These parts of the factory, we would never get there. So, on the one hand, yes, I wish I wouldn't have to take a trip across the factory every time I run out of materials. On the other hand, I already barely ever visit it, so... Come on. What do you mean it's overlapping with other devices? What other devices? What could that be? Ah, okay, it's... There's a pixel somewhere in there that I can target and that works. We found the pixel! The magic pixel. Interesting, it's letting me build it shifted. Kinda weird. Okay. That's a lot better. I think I might keep it like that, actually. Can we have maybe a pillar? Yeah. I do like that. And then... that means this door that we had upstairs, in the bedroom floor, and we have a little balcony over here. Hey! A cute little balcony. I think we're going to need this one. Yep. Overlooking the city. And the castle. Wait, no, where's the castle? No, the castle's over there. I lost the castle. I actually like that. Time for food, gonna lurk. Yeah, have a great lurk, have a great dinner. And thank you for raiding again. Hope I have fun, I definitely will. This game is always a ton of fun. Okay, so we add this. And then elevators. Bringing the stuff down. Yeah, I do need to add a belt right here. Here we go. This wall of elevators. I actually quite enjoy the walls of elevators. I think they look nice. Every now and then. I don't really like the walls of labstones, but I do like the walls of elevators. Oh no, this one's flipped. It's a support one. Let's remove it while we can. We're never gonna see it, but we're going to know it's there, and that's going to bug me to no end. Once you've seen it, you can never unsee it. Ah, come on. Give me a box. Let's go. And so... let's see, what do we need to do then? That's a tricky part here, is what we do in the middle. So there are two things here. Yeah, that's the salt going down. How do I handle that? I can't really do a copy-paste of this entire tower. I mean, I can. I have done it before. But it's not exactly an easy time. On the other hand, how do I do what to do in the middle if I don't do that? I was hoping it could be just a copy-paste. It doesn't look like it is just a copy-paste. It's slightly more involved, and what I need is to know what goes here, basically. And because we modified the salt output, actually, is that the only thing on this level? Almost. Not quite, but almost. Yeah, we're going to have to do a copy-paste, aren't we? The problem is it's not something you can simply slice off like over here. You see, you have stuff like these that are like off by one with the others. You could possibly slice off at this level. Yeah, let's try that. Oh gosh. What did I do? Uh-huh. That didn't work? No, it did. Problem is... Well, we'll have to do that again. A slow day today. We only sold about 1,000 silver worth of stuff. Yeah, we do have these that are a problem. What if we slice off over here then? We're going to have the hedge here. Not the hedge, the edge. The hedge is a very different thing. At this point, I might as well copy the entire build. It might just be easier to copy that, and then we can go slicey. On the build. I think that's what we do. Alright. Nope. Let's try again. You know, a tiny thing to copy. We only need about... a lot. A lot of materials. But that's something that... Oh, I'm lagging out the game. Okay, so we need, what, 3,600 nails, 58, basically 6,000 planks, 600 rope. 500 silver, 1,800 stone. Alright. That's a little bit of a shopping list. I already forgot how much rope we said. 600. So that's 3 stacks of ropes. Let's rearrange the inventory. We can probably drop off the copper somewhere. 500 steel. Let's take 600. $6,000 planks. You know, just a few as a treat. 200 large gears. Oh no, 216. Well, let's take 300. Quite a few nails. I think I have a little bit too much clay on me. We're going to need to get rid of some stuff we don't need. Let's definitely go drop off some of the small gears and the copper. Why did I go there? I wanted to visit my factory a little bit. We need a few nails. 3,800 basically. I have too much stuff. Do I need pulleys? No. Let's drop them. Pulleys are being produced over there. For most of my builds I have this, which I call a priority output. So basically I have a box where I get stuff inside, and I have a box that I can use to inject stuff in the system, and they're going to be consumed before running the system. I don't know, I might need bricks actually. Maybe not that many bronze rivets. Well, no, actually we need more. That's something we are lacking, technically. So you'll see most of my builds have two boxes. This is where I would put my rivets if I wanted to get rid of them, and this is where I can pick up rivets at any point in time. I need one more stack or two, I think. I think I might be able to drop one stack back. Yep. And then I need 1,700 stone. Where's my stone? Yes, right here. Perfect. Food inventory, but I have everything I need. So, where do we go? Maybe over there? That's not gonna be enough space, is it? Can I expand this? No. Can I expand this? Outside building area. Uh-huh. That's not much space either. I guess over here is good enough. Oof. Just a few things being placed. Nothing to worry about. Just a skyscraper popping up. Actually, that's a case where I'm going to use the proper scaffolding. I think. Otherwise, we're never gonna hear the end of it. Or see the end of it, I suppose. We're already quite high. That's a rather nice surprise. We're almost able to work already. I want to go one higher, I think. Can I possibly... I think that would work. Oh no. Well, when all else fails, we have boxes. And no planks. Curious how that happens. When you build something that costs 5,000 planks, suddenly you run out of planks. It's okay, we have more where it comes from. I'm not going to pick up too much. What did I do here? Somehow I picked up a small wooden gear. A single one. Because why not? We're not going to pick up too many planks because we are going to deconstruct part of the structure that we just built. almost instantly, so we're going to fill up our inventory with planks again. It would be stupid to be like, oh no, I have too many planks. I mean, it's going to happen, that's bound to happen, but I'd like for it not to happen right away. Right. And a few more tables. Or I guess wannabe tables. Tall tables. What's the children's story with like the three little bears that eat that soup? You see the one I'm talking about, I'm sure? That's their tables. Okay, so we shave off the top part here. Oh, I have so many planks already. Funny how that works. Then, what's below? So these are... yeah, that's wood cutting. Bed and soup, yep. And a very mean child trashed the house. I mean, not necessarily a mean one. She didn't know. Depends on the version, I suppose. Yeah, definitely. And I suppose the ending depends on the version too. Whether we're talking about the Grimm story or... I'm not sure the Grimm story ends well. I don't know why, I have an inkling it might not. Who's the soup? No. Is this one Grimm? I don't actually know. It's a good question. It could be. I could definitely see it being a Grimm story. But I don't know for a fact. I think there's a Wikipedia list of like which ones are Grimm ones or not. No. Oh no, that doesn't work. Okay, let's try again. I will select this. No, I want to deselect all of this. Perfect. And then I want to select these ones. Cut. And then we pay. Some buildings have errors. Which buildings have errors? Nah. Yeah, that worked. Yeah. Okay, so now we have the crucible layer. But now I'm kinda stuck, aren't I? What do I do with this stack? Oh no, I know which ones had errors. Over here in the middle. Ah. Does Grim come from Grim? Probably. I could see that. Good question though. But I imagine it? I imagine so? So how does this go? I think we're going to need to... let's see. Can I copy... Which one are we copying? Oh gosh. We're copying this one, right? The glass one, yes. Oh no. Come on. Hey, Rainforester, how are you doing? You ate your last cookie, oh no. It's a cookie crisis. Quick, get to the puncheon. Is Alastor behaving? I'm always behaving. What do you mean? I am the most innocent streamer on Twitch. It is known. Can I deselect the top? I might not be able to. Well, you know, if it's just to remove it, it doesn't matter if it's not all built. So whatever. Oh gosh. I'm crashing my game. Wait, no, it's here that it needs to go. Messed that up. I think that's good. Help! I'm stuck! Watch out, Stats, lightning, you're about to strike. What do you mean? What do you mean I'm about to have a genius ID? Seems like Grim and Grim are basically the same word and the version with two M's stuck only in surnames. That makes sense. Probably because anyone with surname is Grim wanted to distance themselves from Grim. No, that's the discussion we were having, Rainforesser. We were wondering if the word Grim comes from like the Grimm brothers. And it does seem it's the case, which makes a lot of sense, right? Because surnames come from like occupations and places where people live and character traits and stuff like that. I'm unsure what I did is correct. I don't think it is. And in turn, words sometimes comes from people. I think I might have messed it up even worse than it was. While trying to fix it. Let's see. Nope, not the wall. East. This is a nightmare. This is a nightmare to move around. I cannot move around my build. What's the occupation of Grim? The Grim Reaper for one? Used to mean thunder, so it was a nice surname. No, but it could also be something as simple as, you know, like stuff like, hey, Gandalf the Grey. Right. So then you have a Grey surname that appears if he has babies or whatever. And so you could imagine the same thing happening with Grim. Where it's not an occupation, but it's kind of a nickname that becomes a surname. Because that's what surnames are. It's nicknames that stuck. And that turned into surnames. Or sometimes it's like the kid is named, like you have two kids in the same village that have the same name. Who don't know, you know which one you're talking about. You find a way to designate them, so a surname might, a nickname might be it, or a place might be it, or an occupation might be it, you know. The weather was bad for their birth and tada, yeah, maybe. Or maybe they were very fast. Maybe they won, like, they were known to be like the one that you'd never win against in a running competition, and they became named Lightning as a nickname. That's totally a possibility. Okay, so that can be removed. That can be removed. This is fine. Or loud, yeah. Possibly. There definitely are surnames that are less nice to have than others, for sure. Because of that kind of things. Okay, so now we know that... Dang it, I should have kept the structure in the middle, shouldn't I? I mean, I could do it again. We know we have the materials. Oh no, we accidentally used copy to like cut away some stuff. Yeah, let's do it again. Oops, I did it again. Why? Why am I like this? I don't know, you tell me. At least now we know what we're doing, more or less. Well, maybe a little bit less than more. Yours was probably an insult. Yeah, I have no idea what yours come from. Or misunderstood. That it's true that names do also, especially the orthography. have definitely changed over time. Did I copy the wrong side? Oh no, it's just that I don't have the stuff. Okay, that's fair. So there's nothing on top of it, anyway. Yeah, then we don't care much about what happens here. These... I suppose we'd like these to be preserved. If at all possible. What do I do here? Yeah, whatever. Let's just strip stuff down. Strip them all. I might... Okay, is there a way I can take this, take a copy, fall down? It's all according to plan. That's exactly what I meant to do. Can't you tell? Ah. I see. Okay, hey, yeah, that works, actually. It does. It's a little bit over the top. Maybe I don't keep this part, because it's basically the next layer already. So that's what brings the stone down. It means big bore in the religious context, most certainly what Mason is thought. Yeah, possibly, yeah. That would make sense. Okay, so that's where we want to be a little bit more careful than we were last time. Because we'd like to copy stuff in here so we can preserve the center, basically. I almost already went too far, didn't I? Sorta kinda. I think we can salvage it. But yeah. That's it, I believe. No. Oh no. Alastor, why? Aha! And bingo. Okay. Ooh. We salvaged it, I believe, at this point. We have all the connections made. Yep. Let's go. Ooh. So. Oh my. I like this bug that sometimes you have one item that appears as having sold 0. That's definitely a bug. I didn't sell 0 ropes today. Right. Oh. How many ropes did I sell? I don't know, because the game didn't tell me. But I know that there's basically no days where I don't sell rope. They are provisioned, there's no reason I wouldn't sell them. So, if it's telling me I didn't sell ropes, it's probably lying. Especially, like, items you do not sell are not supposed to appear on that list. So if ropes appear on that list, that means I sold some of them. But it's saying 0, which cannot be true if I sold ropes. Because if I sold them, I sold a positive number of them, strictly. It's probably one of these fresh rope holidays. Okay, so that's wood. We managed to split off wood from the rest. Let's relocate it somewhere where we can keep it for now. Oh my. And I just crashed the game. Alright, send the report and close the game. It doesn't happen too often, but it happens every now and then. Come on, game. Finish crashing, please. You done? Yep, rip. 07. That means rip to us too, because we might have to redo a lot of that. It saves... I don't know when it auto saves. I think it auto saves every day. It gave up, yep. That it did. Okay, I'm going to kill it. If it's not gonna crash by itself, I'm gonna crash it. It's supposed to send the report and close, but... yeah. If it's going to take half an hour to send the report and close, we're not gonna wait half an hour. Alright. And hey! Let's try again. Ah. At least it's not OBS that... Is this a task manager task? Yep. It definitely was a task manager instance. Yeah. Last autosave is like 10 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago. I tried to warn me about these. They crash all streams. I can see that. It's not too much work, you know. That's fine. So, let's restart. Maybe I shouldn't run around the factory with a huge blueprint in my hand. Maybe it was slightly unwise of me. You're thankful for that one little ability. Nice to just kill a program when it frees up. Yeah. Rope holiday hemp related? Sold 314 ropes on payday. I feel like the joke is getting out of hand. It has escaped containment. So, shall we try again? To fall down? Yep, we definitely succeeded. Alright. Yeah. I'm very good at games. Such a gamer. Why did I go up this floor? Does anybody... Oh no. Wait, back, yeah. Oh, we're about to be back down too. What's happening now? Come on. Okay, now I have this bug. We good? So there's this bug where, like, if you exit blueprint mode or build clone mode while being in area select or something, then when you re-enter build clone mode, it selects whatever is under your pointer automatically. No, I wanted to cut. Maybe we should save before we do that. Maybe it would be a good idea to save before we start doing the stuff that crashed the game last time, you know? After looking at a few vids, you found a mod pack for Skyrim, Yodoloi. Ooh, nice. What are you gonna do with Skyrim? You keep saying nothing, but I should make guardrails from pipes. Is that another pie joke? That's sus. I'm suspicious. You're gonna start a fresh game? Yeah, but what kind of mods? You're thinking Alistair is the one who's gone off the rails. Trainwreck soon. I mean, this stream is already a train wreck. That's a given. We're still using the stone. So the first thing we did in the stream is disconnect buying stone on these two builds. We still haven't finished the stone. Yep. Maybe we could store it over here, actually, this module. Nice little place to park it. Yeah, that works. Totally works. It's all vanilla mods. Just quality of life stuff. Yeah, makes sense. Okay. Yeah, that's what I tend to do with mods. I don't usually do a lot of mods that heavily change the games I'm playing. Quality of life, yes, definitely. But not heavy changes. So, next we have this layer. That's a bit more tricky. That is the main fuel input over here. Ooh, auto mode was all over that message. Use pipes as stairs, platforms, railing, decoration. That must be a hell to manipulate things. And don't forget blocking NPCs. And forgetting to do volume select instead of area select and... and getting all sorts of stuff out of whack. Okay, ID. How about we go directly from this layer? Would that work? Yeah, I can cut this layer directly, I think. Pretty much. Let me see, let's install a few more boxes. This is going all the way over there. That's fine. I suppose we can have, what, 3 blocks? But other than that, I think that's a clean cut. That's a clean shave. When this one is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 3 blocks on one hand, 5 on the other, and really that's it. Okay, can do. Let's try to copy this little layer real quick. Just so we have a reference of the length of the thing. We do know the build is 9 wide. Well, no, actually it's... Yeah, no, it is 9 wide. Wow, I'm even getting confused in the size of my build. So on this side we need... So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the middle. I think we said 5 high. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. And on this side, what did we say? 3? Yes. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 3. Okay. Oh. Interesting. Do we have many others? Not that many. And just need to see these. Ah. Yeah, it's not a fan of me going all the way up like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 space between them. These 3. And it's just the head here. So we have 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 space and 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 space and 1. And this one goes up where? 2 lower. Like this, I believe. I think this space should work. Well, it's hard to know, really. Let's see. Unless we can see inside a little bit. I mean, the entire center line worked, so... I suppose that means success, doesn't it? Because this... Oh no, actually. Well, no, not necessarily. Yeah, that's ahead of the elevator that's below. Okay, so we need materials. 1 AM warning. Yeah, have a great night, Esther. I missed some chat. What did I miss? You put a pipe on the booty, the big staircase done by the fountain. We're blocking NPCs. Ah, I see. Tune in today, Alasto stacks slabstones to the moon. I'm cutting down the build in 2 parts. We already went to the moon and back. We're going to reassemble it afterwards, but that's besides the point. We have nothing on that. Right, so we need like a bit of steel, 1,000 stone. 200 gears, 1,000 nails. Bit of these. How much plank did we say? 2,200. Thousand stone. It's not gonna be fun when we want to dismantle most of it because it's just all to plan stuff, right? So at some point we're going to dismantle it. All of it. Well, no, not all of it, but most of it. I don't know, we'll see. But yeah, our inventory is gonna be fun. Happy fun times. Okay. Did this build? It would seem like it did. Oh my. I'm almost surprised. I didn't expect it to work. At least not the first time around. Yeah, we have everything. Okay. So we can now dismantle this part from this side, and I'm just noticing how complicated it's gonna be to move around. We'll manage. We'll manage. I think... We know we have stuff that pokes out one in the middle. So I think the strategy here is going to be to grab this block, to fall down diligently, as you do. Then we go over here. We do not remove this. Yeah. Okay. We can now get out of the trap that we built for ourselves. No, apparently we can't. I lied. We're stuck. Help. Right, and we can shave off... Oh. Did I mess it up? I did. I removed one too many, didn't I? It's fine. I think I remember enough that I can redo it. Or I could repaste it and then remove it. Maybe it's the wisest option. Okay, let's try that again. Right, so these are at the base. I see. So we cut over here this time. Let's not be stupid. We do not want to remove that. And we shave like the minimum we can, basically. This is nice looking. I like looking at this wall of elevators here. Look at that shape. Okay, nice. That's another clean cut. It's kind of fun how we spent a lot of time building this entire build block by block, and now we are shaving every layer. Kind of build archaeology in a way. Have we stuck to Osamayo yet? I don't know if they have introduced the Osamayo artifact yet. We should ask them. Imagine the thing. I'm not sure we want them to. But look at that, this is cute. Technically it's 2 layers because we have like grinders. And then like we have the crucibles and the grinders in this layer. But they're kind of a single unit. Kinda. Let's avoid crashing the game. And can we paste it over here? Yeah, we can. Yeah, and so you have the stones here that correspond to these elevators. Perfect. Alright, and so now we're getting to the interesting part. Because that's where we were bringing the salt before. So that's basically the part we need to modify. Let's see. Maybe we work on a copy of it? Do we want to work on the original? I am not entirely sure it's a good idea. What is this one for? So that should be fuel. What is this? Actually, no, that's not fuel. That's gonna be... My guess would be charcoal. Yeah, these two are gonna be charcoal, and that's fuel. And these ones are limestone inputs. So this is how I feed my Athanatals. I think we can work on the original. All of this is just lab stones. I think we can. Is the charcoal used as toothpaste? Possibly. I don't know. How do you mix salt and sand with charcoal and limestone? I'm not entirely clear on that, but it's alchemy, you know? Okay. So we are trying to shave this entire layer here. No, we're not trying, we are doing it. There's no logical reason we should pay to do so. Except if I fall down to my death in a game that does not have fall damage. That's a challenge, but I'm sure I can achieve it. I'm well on my way to achieving it. Well, what we can do, really, is remove everything that has to do with salt on this side. I don't know why it was deleting every single time. That's salt. Elevator. Do I remove the Athanatals? Maybe. We know that... where is my build? So over there, some of you may actually not have seen this build. That's my soul build that we are working on, and we're trying to figure out what's happening like here in the middle. We changed the way the elevators work compared to these other builds. You like seeing the street below? Yeah, it's kinda scary, isn't it? If you think about it too hard. I could see some people having height issues with that. Yeah, so in these builds we have this part and everything upwards of it that is built. So that's the different layers that we've been removing from the different builds. Because we changed what's below. But now we need to do the kind of complicated part where we need to rebuild what's in between these. Did I mention I suck at parkour? Yeah, so we need to rebuild what's in the middle here. So that's what I'm trying to figure out from this other build. And we have preserved all the other parts, so that then remaking the build is just a matter of like pasting the right things. So all of this is dealt with. So I think we remove the Athanators and everything relating to them, really. So we can have a clear view of what we need to copy around it. And we'll need to change these elevators because we removed one layer in the middle. Okay. So we need to change all the elevators. This is just scaffolding at this point. There's no belts, there's nothing inside here. So I can just shave them off so I can have a clear view of what's happening here. And it's the same over here. Good. And so what we're changing is what's below. Yeah, so we can remove these 3 elevators. So they're taking stuff down to be ground down, I believe. No, to be fed to the Athanator. They're being ground down upstairs, and then it's the limestone. So we have limestone grinders right here, and then you take the limestone, you feed it to 3 Athanators. This one feeds 3 Athanators, this one feeds 3 Athanators. Well, 6 technically, because it's 3 per side. So I remove these. I know I want elevators that go down. Like this. That's what needs to happen. You need to go 1, 2, 3. Above the other one. One, two, three. Did I mess it up? I think I did. Well, we can see easily. We have this right here. This pokes out 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. I went one too far. One, two, three. That's what I meant. Because it's symmetrical. So these two take charcoal, well, brown charcoal, and feeds all the Athanators. So it's symmetrical. Because each of them feeds half of the Athanators. 1, 2, 3. Like that. And this one goes 2 higher than the other one. And that's the fuel for the furnace. Like this. 3, 4, 5 above the floor. That is correct. Okay. And so here, if I have lapstones at the level of this, I can probably take a copy of everything above. Or I could like take this. No, I need to work from the bottom up, otherwise it's not gonna work. So, bottom up. Bottom. Step 1. We're being successful right now. You like seeing the straight below, don't you, little gremlin? Okay, well, you're getting a prime look. Well, after we end the summary, so bottom, here's the street below, completely empty, except for this guy that doesn't sleep and this one. Maybe they're automatons. Have we considered that idea? Are they automatons? And up. Right. So. Maybe we can give ourselves a little bit more scaffolding to work with. Okay, yes, so we need lapstones to build on that are at the level of the stone furnaces. And I'm actually noticing we'll need a layer over at the edge. That's to begin with. We need these. We'll obviously need the lapstones on top of the Athanators. And we are going to need something to support whatever goes above. This we want to expand. So it's all on the same layer. And so I think we need one more outwards. Yeah, exactly. We need one more outwards. And technically only the middle one matters. The Oscar for the best use of lapstones in a comedy goes to Alistair. Here you go. As a thank you for this wonderful recompense, this recognition of my art, here's a view of the street below. Totally intentional. Definitely. I definitely wasn't just trying to look at my build. Nah, that would never happen. How am I so bad at jumping that I fail to jump, like, just a jump on top of a box? How is that even possible? It almost requires skills to be so bad at jumping. My gosh. Someday I will play with pipes on stream and realize that Gremlin knew all along. I don't know, pipes seem like a nightmare to me. Stuff everywhere. But I could be wrong. Of course. Okay, so we do this. And that, I think. Where is this coming from? Oh, that's just to feed the next floor, but there's no next floor. So... I am too close. Is that correct? I don't see anything. Right, let's build more boxes. I think we need more boxes. Blame it all on the box. Pro gamer à l'instant. Yep, definitely pro gamer. I am so good at games. Especially platformers. If there's an esports team out there, if somebody watching is like an esports manager or something, I am so pro at platformers. You should probably consider hiring me. I'll do stuff you have never imagined possible. Like falling off a flat platform infinite. Possible? You wouldn't think so. I'm sure I can do it. Kind of like after building in Factorio for an hour, no one can seem to drive a simple car anymore. I mean, I've never been able to drive a car in Factorio before or after building. I don't think it's a matter of timing. Uh-huh. Is this okay? Might be. No comment? Not enough pipes to qualify. You'll have to show me. To convince me. I demand proofs. Outside of building area, so I can't even go there. Why? No, something's wrong here. What is? What's the issue? I could have scaffolding around all of these easily. You're saying pipes can go outside of the bonding box? Is that what you're saying? Let me check something real quick. Ah. I think I seem to see what the problem might be. So, yeah. I think I might have a good idea even. Well. Ooh. Nailed it. Look at this, pro gamer. So pro. Okay. Question. Little question. This one is right there. Okay, so I might need the support right here at the end to replace the elevator that's going to get removed. Manually placed. So right here, I believe. Might be part of my problem. Then, other part of my problem is that this goes on this side. Actually. Well, actually, I'll have you know it goes on this side. Oh. Here we go. So let me see what you're saying about pipes. If I understand what you're claiming... Yeah, but you see, I'm down on the floor all the same. That doesn't change. Can I go through a gap of 2? No, I shouldn't be able to go through a gap of 2, right? So I could be standing here. Yeah, I suppose. I suppose I could be standing here. That's fair. So over here, this is the input for the refined sound. Yeah, but you see, I'm still falling. I'm still down on the floor. Despite the bites. And like this is outside of building area still. I can get slightly further. So wait, did I manage to fall between? Yes, I did. Okay. So I do need all of them. It helps a little bit. I concede that. It goes slightly further. It's not magical either. Also, that was random pipe. Okay, let's see. Technically, I could remove a lot of these. Not really, actually. Okay, so that's my refined sound input. I need to have all the lab stands in here. This needs to be a full layer. Which does mean I might want to reshuffle that. For aesthetics. Actually... Yeah, no. Might as well. Lasso is the best. I don't know about that. But if you say so, thank you. And so it's the same thing on this side, right? Double layer, we'll go single layer. And then double layer. This is flat. And we do the same thing on this side. We could use like these lapstones. Yeah, we could. Should we? Oh my god. Come on. I think I remember hesitating on that very question. I think. Oh wait, this would be double layer anyway. Before. But the build wasn't finished at the time, so... Now I get to decide knowing what it will look like at the end. Yeah, I think that works. That should work. So we could move this downstairs. My output of diamonds would be here, and my output of salt would be here. And then we can build layer by layer. Because it's just about pasting each module one by one until we're finished. This is nearly finished too. So we should be able to fix the top part of these today. I am warning, thank you. Dark. So, let's see. That's a big tower. Which one? This one? A little bit. It's about to get a bit shorter. The top part over here is going to get replaced by that module. That's a goal for today. Well, one of the goals. But I'm waiting on it to finish using its stone. Meanwhile, I'm making a smaller tower here on the side. This should be by far the smallest of the three builds we're installing. What is input? Oh, yes, it's the refined sound. That makes sense. Ooh. Do we have the materials? Yes, we do. Alright, so we install that right here. Uh-huh. What do we have here? Bit of rope, few irons, few nails, a few planks, and a little bit more rope. That's fair. Nothing fell down. No, we're good. Okay. Next item. Grinders and stuff. Yep. So that's the next layer. Goes on top of the other one. Yeah, that's the one. No, actually. So that's a small elevator on this side. We need the big one on this side. That should be it. Oops. Yeah, that seems up to code. We need to remove the ceiling here. And that might mean moving this. Let's see. If I go X on that, what happens upstairs? Hey, the pixels, how are you doing? Thank you for the hydrate. I'm kind of out of hydration stuff, but you get my last sip available. Yeah, that wouldn't work. That wouldn't be very cumulent at all. So, no, not X, B. We need to move that first. Uh-huh. I might need a little platform over here so I can see when I'm pacing. Hopefully. Yeah, that should be helpful. So, that's the next layer. We have 3 things over here, so they're on this side. Come on. easiest part is jumping over here. Uh-huh. Oh, I got a new skill point. Maybe I can put it into jumping. No? Doesn't work? Oh. Well, let's put it into fertilizer efficiency then. Oh, we're gonna fertilize. Small question. Shouldn't there be another elevator? Yeah, like this one, for example. Going all the way down. I think that should be, technically. Right there. It should go all the way... Where? Oh, to this one. I see. Yeah. We're going to need to rework these two anyway, probably. But it's just these elevators connect to these three. Well, this one should stay, but this one and this one will need to be moved, I believe. Because we have changed the system on top to have something more compact. Namely this. And so here what these three elevators do is they take these three belts and bring them downwards. So, new shiny build. We are going to copy this one actually, not cut. Why is this one red? Oh, because there's... I see. This shouldn't be there, is what you're saying. Yep, that's exactly what you're saying. I do have the wood part, yes. Yeah, and so this is too high. That's why it needs to change. But other than that, this one is at the right height. So, we just need to change that. And the other one. Can do. Here we go. Whee. Yep. How do I manage this every single time? So why is this not enough support? Huh. Interesting. Can we just have a beam here? Please? Right. So... and that should be it. I think the build is now complete. And look at that. It is definitely the shortest. Although, once we shorten this one, it's not gonna be that much taller than this. Maybe 2 blocks difference? Something like that? But that's about it, really. So this build should be producing 1 salt per second. And a little bit of diamond as a treat. Oh, what are we doing here? Is this finished? Not completely. There's like 1 crusher that's still working. Can I at least spread it out so that instead of 1 it's 3? I was about to say we didn't sell that much today, but we made 1200 silver, so we did sell that much. Right, yeah, but this is all connected. This should all work, I believe. Let me remove the footprint over here. Do I remove the pipes? Yeah, sure. And the stack of boxes. Okay, so we're going to need to feed this, of course. So, money. One thing we might want to look into is trying to inject the wood inside here if we can. Because look at this stack of wood we have. So is that a possibility, perhaps? Also, why is this disconnected here? Okay, so let me try to use pipes to do that. That was a bit too low. Nope. Okay, that's the stone. Okay. Yeah, so makes sense that it's disconnected because that's the one that needs to be disconnected. You know what? We could have a hopper inside here. That would be the easiest option, perhaps. Looking like a solid lead pipe. Problem is I need to be on the other side of the build here. Actually. But maybe that can be a good starting point. Okay, can I have a conveyor in here? It is very useful, but pipes require your standing point to be good here. Next, we want a cannon. Possibly two. Target these. it's facing exactly the wrong direction. And that's fine. Let's go. And I am going to want to disconnect this for the time being. So that should feed this entire build with wood. While this is feeding money for the stones. And finally, where's my fuel input? Oh, right here, actually. Is this gonna work? Yes, it is. Okay, good. Fuel. That is a build that's connected. Ooh. This goes away. Nope, not this. Not this. Please don't remove my salt build. Oh, come on. So where are we targeting? We're targeting this, aren't we? Yes. Well, that's kinda perfect, actually. Because technically... my diamonds should come here. Uh-huh. And next, we need to send salt down to the shop. Wait a minute, that's the wrong direction. One, two, three, four. And so, finally, I mean, technically, these could go further. That way... No, actually, it's going to need to go further than that, even. So, salt. Saturn. It's good that technically we paused the Saturn build for a while. And this will be salt. And this can be like a little thingy. Yeah, that works. Uh-huh. Why is the salt not working though? That's kind of worrying. Did I feed like the wood in the stone hole and the stone in the wood hole or something like that? I don't have any stone over here. That's not amazing news. There is wood. Where's my stone? Oh, I never targeted. Okay, that's the most innocuous mistake I could have made. Is this finished? Not quite yet. While this is finishing, we should dismantle this. Which is now good to go. Hey, Pitaka, how are you doing? Welcome in. Welcome in, everybody. What were you playing today? Soul Mask. Oh, what is it? Tell me about it. Never heard of that game. How was stream? Did you have fun? Welcome in, everybody. If you are new here, I am Alasso. I play a lot of factory games, city building games, colony building games. Today we are playing Alchemy Factory, which is a game all about running an alchemy shop. Hey, this time I fell down voluntarily. One type of game I do not play for a very good reason you will notice is platformers. I keep falling down, it's hell. But yeah, we're playing Alchemy Factory. We are running this little alchemy shop. Currently it's nighttime, so there's no customers. And we are starting a second half of the shop. And we just started a new factory build where we are making salt. Let me show you the build. This is my salt build that we just started. You see, like the stone, we just started buying the stone. So we're starting to have limestone coming down the build over here. And we are currently in the process of stopping these two, which are not making salt. They are making... well, part of what they're making is salt, but they're making something with it. They're making Saturn artifacts. It's like Valheim. Ah, I see. How did it go? And so yeah, we're selling all this stuff. That's all we sold today. And how much money we made selling it. Southern copper is 1 silver. So yeah, we have some artifacts that are much, or this is diamonds for example, that are much more expensive than others. And this is what we bought to make all of it. So yeah, in the past few streams we've been working... Let me clear that up real quick. If I can. I used these pipes as scaffolding, but now that I want to remove them, proving to be a bit complicated. Right. Yeah, so they're making salt, but they're then combining it with other stuff to make these artifacts down there that are called Saturn. And the game is in early access. And recently it updated to give us access to new types of beams. That means that we have completely been able to redesign this entire top part of these builds to remove a lot of these beams that you see that were there for supporting. And so this is going to replace this as soon as the resources that are in there are empty. You see we still have a little bit of limestone, or no, stone going down. We have like 1 crusher still running. And same over there. And this is gonna go instead of this. And so that's the kind of design we've used for the salt part that we have just started. So how is it going? Oh, that's my mistake. Dang it. I forgot to set the recipe for the salt. That's my fault. That would be why it's not working. Right, so we are sending ingredients to these Athanators that are going to be making salt. So basically stuff are moving their way down the build. So we're injecting resources, raw resources at the top. And we are slowly processing everything downwards. This is making salt, and as a byproduct we're making a lot of sand. This sand we're processing into 2 diamonds. So how am I going to do this? Like this maybe? Might not be enough. We'll try. Oh no, we can. Yeah, that's a kind of mistake that could have been bad if we hadn't kept a view to the machine. That could have been very bad. If it had been completely buried inside the middle, it could have taken us hours to dismantle things in a way that allow us to see in the middle and be able to reassemble things. So here we go, we have our first salt going to the shop. And then we are sending it to these cannons, and then it's going to be put on this little shelf down there, where the customers are going to come, grab stuff, and then they go to the till and they pay. And the certain artifacts go through this cannon and go on this stand over there. Nice. The build we just made is capable of producing 1 salt per second when it's running full speed. We're probably never gonna sell 1 salt per second. But, you know, we can do it if required. And each of these builds also produces 1 salt per second as part of the certain making. Oh, we have finally emptied these boxes. Nice. Yeah, so you see a lot of logs. These are some of the raw resources we use. All these boxes were full of logs. Because, as it turns out, we had issues earlier with the other builds, and we had to empty them, and we ended up with a little bit of stone and a huge amount of logs on our hands. So we took the opportunity that we were starting a new build to try to consume a lot of these logs. So currently the logs from the builds are not connected. We cut off the money line right over there. Between these two, there's a belt normally. Same as we have on the stone side. So this is buying stone, and this is buying wood, if we feed it money. but currently we're sending the wood with cannon. And so we are processing this limestone into chunks. We are cutting this wood into planks. Then we are roasting the stone into limestone and crushing it into limestone powder. For the wood, we are roasting it into charcoal and then grinding the charcoal into charcoal powder. And we mix the two in the ethanol. And puff, that makes salt somehow. And salt makes money. Yeah. So we have our customers coming here. We go out there and he bought 10 salt. And we're going to get a lot of money out of him. So yeah, that's my factory. So we have the shop over here. Over here we are producing fertilizer and fuel that is being sent around the entire factory. You see something very similar to the other side, a lot messier. That is feeding the main part of the shop with a lot of products. And we have tons of small builds here and there that are making different products. For example, this one's making soap. Nowadays we could redo it a lot more compact than we did initially, but it works like that, so we keep it like that. This one's making turquoise. This one's making potions, transformation potions. So yeah, some builds are small, some builds are enormous. As we progress through the game, we get more towards enormous builds. As you can tell, probably. These builds are 4 floors high. It is large. It might not be the most space-intensive build we have. We have a build inside this tower that takes from this floor all the way to the upper floor here. So, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 floors. Nothing big. But it is a little bit less compact because it's more separated machines. They're not stacked on top of each other like this one. The nice part about what we did here is that this is very modular despite what it looks like. So to make this salt build, we've been able to copy this build that's making glass and salt. And we designed the part that transforms the sand into diamonds. That's going below. And then the top part, we've been able to basically slice this layer by layer and copy each layer and get down to the layers where we needed to modify stuff. So a lot of the build that we have here is actually copy-paste from what we designed here. Of course, the whole challenge is to be able to walk around the build and to not mess up the copy-pastes. Which did happen quite a bit. Are we finished here? We've been waiting on you. I think we are. Finished. Alright. So... we are going to need... to slice this from here all the way over here. I do believe. Let's check that we didn't remove something that we need. But I do not think so. No, the front's intact. That's perfect. We remove that. Oops. Yep, great at parkour. An absolute pro parkour player. Let's see, we can probably do that. Yeah, that would work. We have a little bit of limestone in here. What can we get rid of? Oh, hey. Okay, so let's maybe build a box. We can drop like a lot of wood, for example. Take that. And then we can drop the limestone in here. And then when we restart the build, we'll be able to reuse that. Okay, so I need to keep the 2 elevators that are feeding the stones over here. So these 2 elevators. And then we'll need to do something with the front elevators. But the rest can go for now. Yeah, so when I say it's fairly modular, you see that you have not a lot of things connecting these 2 builds, and at some point, like, removing a part of the build is just shaving off a layer, and you don't have anything on top. So it's not a huge problem. I think we can remove these. We know where it goes. I remember we just did that for the other build, so I can show you though. We have 3 elevators here, this one, and this one, that feed the stone to these 3 elevators. So here, here, and here. And then it goes down onto these belts here, here, and here. So what we need afterwards is just to replace these elevators because the height is changing. So they're not at the appropriate elevation anymore. Okay, yeah, I think that should be it. So we have prepared this. We can cut. And we should be able to place it right here. Oh. You know, that worked. That's a lot shorter than what we had. So I'm happy with this. We will need to replace what was right here. So we can connect to the new elevators. And if we remove these floors, let's see, maybe boxes to stand on. Scaffolding. Alright, so we have this level of crushers that is this elevator that goes over here. Then the next one goes over there. Oh, I'm out of wood. Hang on. I dropped it all upstairs. His bakery makes the best baguette. I mean, we are using a lot of salt. And we're baking a lot of things. So who knows, maybe we're making baguette. So we take from here and the one over there. Come on. There we go. Takes from here. Are they connected or do I need a stand? Yeah. No, I did not build this bed. And here we go. That should be it, really. We just need to reconnect the stone. Stone is going up. And inside the build, and we see stone chunks going down. There we go. And then we need to do the same thing on this side. Also, this time I'd like to remember to use the stone, the limestone we have over there. It's a little bit of a build surgery stream. Look at that, we sold 68 salt today. Almost nice. Can do better. But also we should be producing more diamonds than we used to. Obviously, at the moment, that's not entirely true because we just stopped these two builds that were producing quite a lot of diamonds. As a byproduct. So we... Well, I mean... I guess we replaced them by a build that is actually producing more than these two were. So maybe all things considered, it doesn't change much. If anything, it should improve it. Okay, so yeah, we should have limestone chunks going up these elevators. So we take the build. We cut. And we paste. Uh-huh. What's this elevator again? This belt, I mean. I see a belt that's doing nothing. That's kind of on its own. It's kind of suspicious. I wonder if I didn't mess something up. It feels like I messed up an elevator here. Doesn't it? What's happening? Well, whatever it is, it was already there. Is this the same on the other side? What's happening here with this belt that I see there? So it should be like behind. Dang it. Ah! Did I mention I'm extremely good at parkour? So it's right below this. Oh, I see. Yeah, the wood side is different. Slightly roaring. Oh, is that... Hang on, that might just be... I think that's my stone elevator. Or one of them? I'm lost in my build. Yeah, okay. So that's one of my stone elevators. Okay. Ooh. I scared myself for a moment. Was like, what did I break? Wait, no. Wrong direction. This goes down. This is bringing the stone down. Okay, blue means it's connected. And then I believe we connected that. Yeah, that should work. So this one is taking the stone from this belt. And then we need to add platforms and belts over here. No. It's important. Nobody's ever gonna see it, but it's important to me. that it is the proper orientation. So that's wood on this side, and on this side I'm buying stone. Okay. Next we have a bunch of... what do I do with all this inventory? Limestone chunks. Little box. Interesting, this one doesn't let me have the little box underneath. I thought you could. Oh no, insufficient materials. My bad. Didn't I just take some planks? Oh no, I can't take some planks. Derp. Okay. I'm just going to feed it by hand because there's no point in setting up something for something that's going to take me 30 seconds by hand. This is all empty. Yep. Okay, so remove the storage box, and now we can start buying it again. And here we go, we restarted this build. And now we need to clean up after ourselves, and it's a lot of things to clean up. Our pockets are full. Completely full. So we have a lot of gear wheels. Let's go drop off some, and then we can go see the build running. Maybe we keep 100. What else do we have? Tons of iron. Where is the box for iron? Is that the one? No, that's gears. Steel gears. Do I have a box for iron? Maybe I don't. Oh no, no, that's not it. Oh gosh. I can add a box right here. We have a few too many nails, perhaps. I don't know what you think. we will need to remember that we have currently disconnected the wood supply over here. That's where we were designing, well, slicing stuff to design the salt build. Alright, so here we are. This is full of salt, that's perfect. This is refined sand and it's getting refined along with sand and all of that. So all of these are running, that is great news. Actually, this is scaffolding too. So yeah, when we get sand, make diamonds, we put the sand inside a refiner. That's what's happening. What's the first step of refining over here? So we refine the sand, and then we refine it again, and then we refine it again, and then you get the gist of it. At some point it becomes fully refined sand and then it starts being processed into finer and finer stuff until we make diamonds. Let's see what we have active at the moment. Right, so we have shattered crystals that are being pre-processed into crude crystals that are going to be processed into polished crystals, which are going to be processed into adamant, which are going to be processed into diamond. And so this whole chain of things, well, every time we divide the amount of items that need to be processed by 2, so over here we have like 1 refiner per Athanator, and we have a few refiners over here for the extra sand that we're producing in here, that we are sending in there as refined sand to the second step. And then very quickly it dwindles, so this whole chain here is just 1 machine per step, basically. But we have a lot of builds that end up producing diamonds as a byproduct, basically. So at the end it all gets sent to the shop and merged together. And yeah, this shaper is running fully, so we are providing at the moment 2 per second of each product, which is a lot of material. To be consumed. Despite all of this, it's only going to be producing Saturn artifact every 5 minutes, so it's not a fast build by any means. And we are consuming half of it to generate XP for us, so only half of the Saturns are going to make it to the shop. So 1 every 10 minutes. Which should be, I think, 2 per day? Something like that. And yeah, that's my builds. I want to check something actually. I think if we are lucky, are we lucky? Yes, we are. This build fits under the floor here. So this is only 1, 2, 3 floors high, which was not the case when we started the stream. So that's a great improvement here. We have freed up a floor, basically. Very happy with that. One thing we are going to need to do is to work on the aesthetics of this, because currently if we look at the building from the street, well, it doesn't look great, does it? This is all temporary stuff that we added so we could work on the builds, and I do not want it to be permanently temporary. Yeah, we have malachite, Jupiter's, turquoise. This is the place where we put diamonds when we have any. Yeah, all the shop seems to be furnished. Somehow we have a mask that stayed available and hasn't been bought. No Saturn at the moment, but we do have salt. So that's pretty good. Yeah, for example, this entire tower here is dedicated to making diamonds exclusively. It could be a lot better. But yeah. Okay, so I think... What if I remove this? What if I were to remove that? Interesting. What do we have in here? Seeds. I have so much wood on me. Let me go drop off some wood. Oh no, end of day. How much salt did we sell today? Ooh, 93. Not bad. We almost made a silver worth of salt. No, 10 silver, sorry. Which would be 1 gold. No, it's not bad. I think it's 10 silver per gold. Might be 100. I'm not sure I remember well. I'd need to check. Which reminds me, one thing we need to check too is we have a storage of money downstairs that was threatening to get full. So we almost lost money today because we bought 1,000 stones to restart the build that we had stopped. Because we had to fill up everything. What am I doing here? I'm getting lost in my own building. We need to drop off planks. That's what I wanted to do. Pretty easy. Let me just check. Yes, that's correct. I do need to get the seeds that were randomly in there. Oh, how are we doing on the wood here? Not quite there yet. That's something that's important not to forget about. So these seeds were right here. I suppose we can drop them downstairs. We have a chest of nonsense over here that's left over from a while ago. So if ever we need seeds, we'll definitely come and check on here. Because every time I need seeds, I'm like, I kind of remember I might have some over there. Which is not true anymore, and hasn't been for a while, but I still think every time, oh, I think I remember some. Okay, so we need to remove these 2 layers. But that's gonna be a problem, isn't it? Yeah, because the money comes over here. Though it does mean... I think... First things first, let's remove that. Interesting. We have a floating platform, as we managed to make. Right, so... this needs to be a half wall, I believe. Because it's... my... little... technical... hideout for stuff. Let's have like... no, not like this. That will look better. And then we can probably have the money on conveyors inside there. I am going to want walls over here. A window. No, this is going to need to continue up. So this would probably be appropriate. And we'll see what we do with these two. Whether we keep them and make them part of the building in a better way or not. But whatever the case is, this needs to change clearly. Thankfully, I think that's a possibility. Oh, it's a bit of a shame that I didn't consider having a technical thing in here. Oh well. I think it's a little bit too late for that. I would need to stop this entire thing, so... we can always do ghetto one over here. I can manage to hit the correct keys. Yes, that's something I am capable of, sometimes at least. And then we can have a coin go over there. Yeah, that should work. And then at least for now, we're just going to go back up. Which does free up this space. Whee! Nice. Hey, that doesn't look too bad. We have this that looks a little bit strange at the moment. Yeah, I think I'd prefer to have a wall here of some sort. It looks better. Yeah. It does of course mean that we need to find a way to access in here. I'm almost thinking of making a walkway here. We could probably do it. So, where are my beams? Actually, I'm just going to go like this for now. Then next platform. Yes. And finally a platform here. It does obscure a little bit the view on the build itself from the side. But long term, I don't think we care too much about having the view over here. It doesn't prevent us from moving below. So that's good. I think I want to go one taller, at least. This allows me to make this area walkable. Without being able to put a floor over here. So I go around that fact by building the only thing that can make overhangs in the game at the moment. That's these platforms. Here we go. And on top of that, if we want to, we can have like brick blocks or whatever to decorate. Now, of course, I'm out of bricks because I didn't carry a lot on me. Maybe we completely close this little gap. Yeah, why not? What am I stuck on? Fine, I'll go around. Excellent. So, let's grab a few bricks. I don't know if we'll change it later or not. Probably, maybe. But I want to test the looks of bricks as the flooring tile. The issue being that it's not a tile we've used anywhere else, so might look a little bit strange on its own. But it does look very good. Yeah, I'm thinking here we even go up to the edge, right? And we just close the fence. Small one? I don't get why the fence is not adjustable in length, honestly. Probably something they will change in the future. Oh, yeah. We did used to have a cannon that was sending diamonds across, but we don't need it anymore. Diamonds are going up this elevator now. So yeah, that's my build. Fully going. Can we check real quick on... we might have a hard time checking on it because we can't access it anymore. Let me scaffold stairs. Okay, so this might be a place for a staircase. That goes over there. Possibly. Oh, is wood here. Not consumed yet. Ooh, that was close. We're getting there, but not fully consumed yet. But yeah. I like the progress we're making at the moment. So... how does this look? The idea of having a balcony is fun up top, but it doesn't look great in terms of support structure. I think it might need to look more supported. We'll need to take a look at building something that makes it look supported. Like diagonal beams or something. Because right now, the idea is good. The realization not so much. But hey, oh, we only sold 22 salt today. Interesting. Why is... doesn't seem to be a reason. Oh, we have a Saturn in the shop. Are we gonna have a customer that buys it? We don't have a Mars at the moment in here. Soap is really good. Sir, you're not supposed to eat the soap. That's not how soap works. I mean, thank you for your money, but still. I don't think that's a very good idea to eat the soap. Yeah, so this is getting filled up. I will need... I guess we can have like... No, I don't have a sigil. Let's buy a stack of sigils. And then we can convert it to gold. Ooh, here we go. Thank you for your business, sir. Come on, give me the money. What did you buy? Just a Saturn, or did you buy other things? Ooh, yeah, a few potions. 162 silver. Not bad. Yeah, from here it looks nice. But from down there it's a little bit more iffy. We'll work on it. This is all working. Well, kinda. This is not working. Why is it not working? That's kinda concerning. These should be running like all the time at the moment. Are we having fuel issues? I'm concerned it might be a fuel issue. Yeah, this is all empty. We're low on fuel for the entire base. Ooh. Needs more lab stands. Yeah, I'm not a fan of having so many lab stands. But until now, there was no alternate solution. Like now I could use the adjustable beams to have something that's 9 wide over there, for example. So for the future builds, that could be something we change. But without the adjustable beams, it was just impossible to have something that fits nicely. Yeah, look at my fuel. It's a nightmare situation. So I suppose that's what we need to be working on. We need more fuel to feed this monster. So either we build more fuel builds like in the skyscraper or above this or whatever to feed it, or, and that's probably what's gonna happen, as it turns out. Ooh, we have a research point. Well, first thing we can do is improve the fuel efficiency so we consume less. There we go, we just by one click made it consume 10% less fuel. How amazing am I at this game. Other thing we can work on is making black powder, which is a better fuel. But we'll need to design a build for that and see if it's not going to cause widespread issues throughout the base to replace the coke powder that we're using by black powder. I believe steel, for example, might have an issue with that. We'll see. I hope we don't have too many builds that rely on the coke powder from the fuel. Otherwise it was a mistake. But yeah, that's our next step. And that's not something we're going to do today, though, because it is 4 a.m. my time. So, that's something we are going to have to be working on next time. Also, this coin is still there, floating. It's there since last stream. I was thinking that restarting the game would remove it, but no. What am I doing? Well, I'm gaming and streaming. But yes, I do need to stop. So, let's go and raid somebody, shall we? Share the love, all that good stuff. Let's see who is streaming at the moment. Ideally, somebody who's streaming this game. But alternatively, I mean, Rod is playing Timberborn. So, if you deleted mid-purchase, the item stayed. Yeah, that might be what happened. We had a build in this location that we had to remove at some point. Let me see. Anybody? Let's trade Rule. It's one of our usual hangouts. He is playing Timberborn, which just came out in 1.0 this week on Thursday. Was playing it yesterday. And it's one of my two current addictions. So let's go say hi to Roll. He plays a lot of similar games as what I do. As for me, well, first of all, thank you everybody for being here today. If you are not following the channel and you enjoy the content, don't hesitate to drop a follow. It is completely free and it helps. It's the best way for you to know when I'm online and what I'm doing and find your way back here. If you're already following and you want to get more involved in the community, I do have a Discord. If I could type Discord, that you can join and where we talk about all kinds of stuff. I also announce my streams and my schedule changes when there are schedule changes. And sometimes I ask people, hey, what should I stream today? I'm not sure what game to play. And that's also a place where you can give your opinion or your ideas and influence what we are doing over here. So, yeah, don't hesitate to join. And if you want to find the VODs of the channel, eventually they make their way to YouTube on this channel once they don't exist on Twitch anymore. That's a place where you can find them. That said, thank you everybody once again for being here. Thank you for the raid. Thank you Brink, thank you Long, and thank you Pitaka if you're still here. So, have a great time zone, everybody. I do have a raid message for you. I have a version if you have the emotes of the channel. I have a version if you do not. And let's go say hi to Rule. Okay, so thank you everybody once again for being here tonight. I do hope to see you next time. Next stream will be on Wednesday. So yeah, I hope to see you there. Have a great time zone. Bye bye.